little bit of issues starting up. Couple of technical difficulties. Where did he go? I'm back. All right. I think it's all working now. Thank you for the follow and the likes. All right, we are up. All right, let's have a look. Yes, sacrifice a knight is correct for those who got it. We take, king can't go there, pawn has to take, queen comes back. That looks good to me. A nice easy checkmate. All right, the next one's white to move. If you find it nice and quick, instead of giving the answer straight away, how about you yell out what type of tactic it is? All right, it's set up now, and straight away I can see that it's a checkmate in one. Vikings on the ball. All right, this one's white to move as well. All right, let's see who gets the idea first. So this one's a checkmate in 3 moves. Maybe 4. Knight to a6 is correct. I'll accept knight to a5. We don't write k-a6, we write n-a6 so that we don't confuse the king and the knight together. All right, this one's white to move. Okay. This one looks like it's winning material. No, we don't take the rook. Don't take the rook. Queen to b8. If we take the rook straight away, they take with the queen, and we take with the bishop, and we've got a bishop versus a knight, and they've got an extra pawn. So that's no good. Instead, give a check, king comes up, we take the knight with check, but also forking the rook, and then after the king moves, we can take the rook, the queen will take, and then we'll be up a whole bishop. And then we have our check, and the king goes up, and now we take the rook, and we'll be up a bishop for a pawn. All right, the next one's going to be black to move. Starting to get a little bit trickier now. So obviously I can see that you can, it's not checkmate. Queen c1 is not checkmate. It does allow the king to move. You could take the rook, but it's usually better because taking the rook, your king is open, so there has to be better than that. And there is. And then knight d4. White to move. Yeah, white to move. How much is this board? This board is, I think, 700 USD. I've got a little website on there where I've done reviews on the board and other boards as well. If you want to check those out, you can go to wiki.com/chessnut, and it's got all the prices on there, and it's also got video reviews and tutorials on how to use the board. So feel free to check that out if you're interested in this board. This one's got me stumped. Give me one moment. I'm not quite convinced by bishop e4 yet. See, I'm looking at Rook here, king up, come back. King has to move one of these two squares. You could capture, he captures, and the bishop comes down, and that's just a draw. That's nothing good. The next one I look at is rook here, king up, and then rook takes the pawn. But I'm just a bit worried about somehow the rook getting it. And again, bishop here, rook comes down for check, king comes down, and then rook here, and the bishop is pinned to the rook. But the bishop can always go back and defend the rook, so I don't think that's it. Okay. So bishop to f7, attacking the rook. Rook comes down, that's fine. And then they have to deal with the rook going over here. Yeah, Clinton, you should definitely look into it. I've done a few reviews and tutorials on it. Yeah, the Chessnut Air Plus is a good one too. I mean, they're all good. They've all got their own different... Is there someone under the table with magnets? There is. Aland, welcome back. Whoop. So yeah, a lot going on here. Oh yeah, which do you remember which one? I've done a few different ones now. If it was for this board, I've done puzzles and chess base and openings and master games. I've done a few different videos now. I'm honestly stumped with this one. It's a level 25 puzzle, but I'm struggling here. I am very open to that move, but then check comes down, and he gets a free move out of it. Maybe he goes there, and even if the rook comes over, the king can still go there. So I'm not seeing it. Yeah, that would be the, if you're talking about this board here, that would be the review video. And Zugzwan. Let me have a look. You're right, it is Zugzwan. Well done. Who was that? Chess Vikings. Well done. Well done. So he found it. Rook, check, comes back. It's protected. That's what we saw. Let's say he moves here. Take the rook, king takes, and then Zugzwan. If anyone doesn't know, Zugzwan means that no matter what they have to do, it's all going to be a bad move. So with the bishop here and the king here, the pawns are locked, the knight is pinned, the king has to move away. That's brilliant. Well done. That would be a proud way to finish a game. And now the king has to move and then take the knight. If I'm struggling at 25, I think I might need another coffee. All right, this one's going to be white to move. Okay. Yes, okay. This one's a lot easier. Let's see who can get it first. What do you mean is the board connect? Is the board connected? It's connected to my laptop. I've got a plug-in on there, so it connects through Bluetooth. And yeah, it just follows what's going on the board on the screen. Yes, so rook c7. Yep. Check. The king has to move, even if he goes up or over here, it doesn't matter. The rook will come up here attacking the queen, and the queen has no safe squares to go. Who got that? Paragon. So yeah, if the king comes up, it's a fork. And if the king comes down here, then it's a trapped piece. All right, this one's black to move. Okay, this one involves a sacrifice, is my understanding. Let me double check that. Yes, this one involves a sacrifice. While you're working out, somebody's asking, what board is this? This one is the Chessnut move. I've got my website just over here, which has all the boards that I've done reviews on. So you can go to that website, you can click on any of those boards, and you'll be able to see reviews for it, as well as other details if you want. So that's wiki.com/chessnut. Has anyone got the move yet? It involves a sacrifice. We're going to give up a piece. Clinton, thank you for the follow. How much is the move? So there's two versions. Chess Vikings, it looks like you've got it correct. Bishop G4, Rook F2, yes. There's two versions. I've got the wooden pieces here. This one goes for roughly 700 USD if you use my code. And the plastic pieces go for around 540, I believe. So Vikings got it correct. Bishop attacks the king, and once the bishop takes, the file's actually open. The other rook comes up for check, and doesn't matter where the king goes. The queen is now going to come up here for checkmate. So open the file. And then give a check. And then finish it off. All right, the next one's going to be white to move. Yes, Chessnut Go is a cool little board, very budget friendly. It's a great board to sort of get into using electronic boards. I think it's a good one because I think it only costs around 150, but it's good if you want to play online with a board, but you're not sure if you want to make that investment yet. And it's also comes with a cool little travel bag too. How is it moving? How is it moving? So, let me see if I can show you on the camera here. It's got little wheels in it. It's got little wheels underneath each piece. So the board tells every piece where to go, and the wheels drive around the board. And, yep, Phase Shift got it. Chess Vikings got it with a nice little GG in there. So this one's just a very easy bishop over here, typical mating net. And white has no good check. Black has no good checks. So bishop up. It's going to be checkmate on the next move. Now remember guys, these are going to start getting a little bit more difficult now. So if you do solve it nice and early, maybe instead of giving the answer out straight away, instead announce what type of tactic it is. So if it's a remove the defender, that'll give some people who haven't got it yet a bit of a chance to catch up. Pino, sorry, I don't understand. Yeah, they need to make a little miniature go move version. Pawn takes bishop, yes, Vince. So discovered attack, I guess, would be the theme here. We could take with the knight and win a piece, or we could take with the pawn, attacking the knight, and the knight can't come to defend this square here, because if it moves, it's checkmate, so that looks good to me. And then we can simply attack the knight. And now I guess we just simply take the knight. So that one had a little bit more to it. So the puzzles are now going to start ramping it up. And no, it's not getting my ELO to 60, the dream, but it is getting the puzzle rush level to 60. That's going to be the goal. What's going on here? Let me just rotate this around. Should be a queen over here. She got stuck on her way. Okay, this one's white to move. Looks like a checkmate in 2. Rook 8 wins the bishop. Oh, sorry, not checkmate in 2, checkmate in 3. Always got to look out for those little in-between moves that kind of... So, people are saying Rook 8 wins the bishop. Check. Blocks. Take. King moves. What about check, moves out of the way, and then check. Queen blocks, and then that's a checkmate, because the bishop is pinned. Yes, Phase Shift got it right. Thank you for the follow, Mark. All right, so let's go here. So we don't take the bishop. Instead, we check. All right, black to move again. Oh, thank you for the heart. Phase shift, welcome to number 4 fan in the fan club. All right, so this one's going to be black to move. And straight away, I notice the king's in the center, so that's got to be good. Thank you for the rose. Take knight with rook. I don't know. Yes, I'm looking at the pawns as if they're going. I'm looking at the pawns if they're going up. They are going down. That makes sense. All right, take the rook with the knight. Take the knight with the rook. Then where does he go? And then we go there. Yep, that looks good. So rook takes knight. Check. Can't go there. He can't go there. He can't go there or there. He can only go there. And then the queen comes in for a checkmate. So this one is the Chessnut move. Pop the website up. It's not magnets. They are wheels underneath each piece. So each piece is a tiny little robot running around the board. I'm pretty sure I did this one like yesterday. What is that? Thank you for the... I don't know, was that confetti? I'm not sure what that was. Price, wooden pieces 700, plastic pieces around 540, 550, I believe. And so yeah, this one here, is that checkmate in one? Yeah, it is. So just a simple rook over, the bishop is protecting, and the king can't get out because it's locked in by his own pieces. Does it connect to only chess.com? Oh, piece got knocked off the board. No, it connects to Chess as well. And you can also connect it to external apps. Chess.com and Chess work natively through the app that comes with the board, but the app that's developed by the company. There are other apps that use it as well. You can use it with a whole heap of different things. So, who wants the free rook? All right, phase shift does not want the free rook. Anyone else want the free rook? We do not want the free rook. Instead, we want to win the game. Mate in one? It's not mate in one, no. And no, it is not queen f3 check. Because we lose the queen. It is queen f1, check. King has to go here, there's no blocks, there's no captures. And then the bishop comes up for check. And then the pawn blocks. And then the queen comes in and takes the pawn. And if a pawn doesn't block and the king walks up, then the queen can still come up here for checkmate. So we just need to make sure we get all of those variations, because we don't want any surprises. And then we take. So remember guys, if you find it really quick and it's a bit of a difficult one, feel free to let everyone know the type of tactic rather than just telling the answer, because if we can figure out the tactic, that will make it easier for people to find the winning move. And then everybody wins. All right, this one's black to move. And this one's tough. So take your time, see if you can find it. Straight away I'm thinking that the rook just needs to be captured. That just seems logical because the queen is under attack and I don't see any mate threats or anything like that. Oh, but if we bring the queen back, we take. The queen has to move, but I'm still not seeing how that is. Avoid the capture. Avoid the capture. So. I'm not going to lie, I'd probably miss this one in an actual game. So Vikings, you just said rook c7, queen c7, rook c8. If queen takes, check, but then they block and they've got defenders. What's my ELO? My ELO is chess.com rapid 1760 and FIDE is about 1680. Would like to get my rapid a bit higher. Queen d8 best. I think queen d8 or rook takes rook. Oh, no. I'm not playing games at the moment. Right now we're doing puzzles. Maybe another time. You can always add me on chess.com. The name is Wiggy, Whiggi. Rook takes rook and then rook comes to c8 for a tactical pin. I'm not seeing this. So let's have a look. So rook takes rook, queen takes rook, and then you're saying rook comes over here. They can take, check, we can take. Oh, and then they block, and then we take. So we actually get rid of 2 rooks for the cost of 1 rook. That's good. That's really good. Who was that? That was Paragon. So it doesn't quite show it, but we take with the knight. That was a good one. Is tactical pin, is that an actual name for a tactic? I haven't heard of that. I've heard of absolute and relative pins, but I haven't really looked at tactical pins. What is everyone's ELO? Feel free to chuck it out there. And, oh, we're white to move. Let me just rotate the board. I'm looking at some ridiculous line here, like queen here, king here, queen comes across, king goes here, queen comes up, but that's not right. But then you notice that queen here comes across, and then we have this move. Yes, and that is the move, because the bishop, whoops, will cover these two squares. My elo is 138. GG. Jerome, this board with the wooden pieces is around 700 with my code, and around 540, 550 for the plastic pieces if you use my code. And it's on the website that you can see in the middle of the screen. And then the queen comes down here. The bishop blocks the squares, and the queen blocks the squares, and the king is trapped in there. That's a good one. But it doesn't let you see it on the board. So that was a good one. Made into, it wasn't 2100. Who's that? Phase shift. You'll have to add me sometime. I'd like to have a game, please. Do I use it to play Rapid on this site? Yes, I do. Soren, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you can use it for Rapid. I like, for my Rapid games, I like 15 plus 10 with a board like this, because you do have to wait for the pieces to move. And this one's black to move. And yeah, I think this one's just very clear. The pawn is pinned, can't capture, that's just a free queen. Yeah, we take those. That was a very easy puzzle for level 37. My username on chess.com is Wiggy, WHIGGI. Soren, I'll put the website on the screen. You can head over to this website. I've done video reviews on all of the Chessnut boards, and it's also got the prices listed on there. If you use my code, you get a bit of a discount. So this one is the Chessnut Move, and this is the one with wooden pieces, and there's also the one with plastic pieces. All right, this one is white to move. Let me rotate the board. This one's a very easy one. Did we get it? This one's a quick checkmate. You're welcome, Soren. All right, yeah, I think we got a few people getting it pretty quickly. King in the center is always a problem. The rook covers the file, and the bishop goes the other way. There's no way to block it. That's an easy level 38 or 37 one move checkmate. All right. This one is white to move. I'm set on white. Cool. Okay, this is a nice little checkmating pattern. Now, we don't want to go bishop here because it gives the king too many options. Obviously, if the king goes here, we've got a nice little checkmate. But again, the rook is covering the file. If we go bishop here, you've only got one option. And then from there, it's pick your checkmate, I guess. Yeah, they're both good. So yeah, we're just going to go with that. All right, I think I got it. I'll accept it later, and definitely keen on some training games. This one's going to be black to move. Now, if anyone's over there on Twitch watching, you can get an ad-free experience on different platforms. I am streaming live on TikTok and YouTube. All right, so this one is black to move. Okay, we should have got that. Yep, Vikings. That's a perfect answer right there. Ladder mate doesn't gives everyone a chance. So ladder mate, for anyone who doesn't know what ladder mate is, it's where you use two rooks or a rook and a queen, and you walk them across, forcing the king to the side of the board. So if we go check here, he can get out there. But if we go check here, queen covers this file, king comes across, the queen walks over, and then the king goes across, and then the rook comes over. And it's like they're climbing a ladder, but this time the ladder's going sideways, but it's still a ladder mate. Who knows the name of this tactic? I don't know if it's exactly, or this checkmating pattern. I don't know if it's exactly it because there's a pawn on g3, but very interested if anyone knows the name of this one. I may have the name incorrect, but it starts with an A. Queen sack. I'm thinking it's called Anastasia's mate. Because you sacrifice and the king captures. And then the rook comes across and the king can't get out because the knight is blocking. All right, level 41 already. And we are black to move. All right, we're getting some end games now. Okay, so the pawn is ready to promote. End games will take me a little bit more, because I'm not great at them. Most of my games are either over like, in the middle game or the opening when I blunder. So I'm ruling out walking the pawn because they get their queen, it goes up, and then they get a check, and it gets a bit nasty from there. So I'm ruling out that move. The next move I'm looking at is knight here for check. Knight here for check. Let's assume the king goes there, and then the rook comes over. The rook promotes. The pawn promotes. The rook takes, and then the pawn pushes. The rook comes up. The pawn pushes again, and the rook comes over. And I'm not quite seeing it. Maybe the knight comes here protecting the pawn, and then the other pawns come up. That's what I'm thinking, but I think it's knight d2. I think it has to start with knight d2. So knight check and then rook to b3. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. And then by the time the rook gets up to help, the knight can get back to support and the pawns can come up and help. And that's 5v6. So yeah, I think that should be a winning endgame. I don't know if there's anything else in here. Yeah, so he goes that way. And then I said knight b3 next. It's honestly a bit of a difficult puzzle, but and now the next move needs to be precise. This is the one that needs to be figured out. So something I missed. The knight's covering that square. So if we go here and he goes up, we capture. He can't go across. So he goes here and we go here and he takes and then we get the queen. That would have been cool to figure out all in one go. Okay, not bad. So this one's black to move. And this one just looks like a push pawn. Oh yeah, you're talking about the last one, G. So this one looks like a queen sacrifice to me. So material is equal. Rook, a bishop, a queen. How'd we go? Rook takes bishop. Rook takes bishop. Yep, we've got a few. Thank you for the likes, by the way. So rook takes bishop. If rook takes bishop, rook takes queen, we get check. He has to come back, and that's a back rank checkmate. So that looks pretty good to me. But there's something here. Aha, okay. So just had to double check this. After rook takes bishop, queen comes back here. If we go rook here, then queen comes up here, forking. But rook takes bishop, queen comes up here. Rook comes back, protected by the bishop. Rook takes, and then we take the queen, and we're still up a full bishop. So that's okay. We just got to make sure we double check those before we just quickly blindly take them. It was bishop take. It was bishop block. Oh, my bad. Oh, I went too quick. You got to move the bishop back. As soon as I placed it down, I realized. My apologies. Glassy boy, welcome, and well done. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. So this one here, people saying rook check. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's rook check, because rook check and then king comes up here, and then what? I'm looking at h2 as the move. So h2, Rook takes queen, h1 check, king has to move, and then we come back and capture the rook, and we're up a full rook. That's what I'm looking at. Check goes here. I'm not sure I see it. I lose the queen, but I get a queen back, is what I'm looking at here. And there's no funny blocks by him, so if I push and he takes, check, win. And if he doesn't, if he moves back, then simply the queen can just take over there. So they both seem good. And if they don't take the queen, so that's a good question. So what happens if they don't take the queen? If they don't take the queen and they go here, for example, still make a queen, and then they take the queen, and then we'll up a rook. If they go here, we still get the queen. Yeah, I'm not seeing any reason why they wouldn't. I'm going to go for it. Okay, so somebody's saying that they're a bit confused about all the different boards. So I'll pop the website up. I do have all the different boards with different reviews, but I'll give you a quick explanation of each. The Chessnut move is all about moving pieces. That's cool. The Pro is, the rest of the boards don't have moving pieces. So Chessnut move, the only one that moves the pieces for you, the rest don't. They're all going to connect to chess.com. They all have lights in them that light up. Chessnut Pro is a tournament-sized board. Chessnut Air and Air Plus are smaller versions of chessboards, with the Air Plus being a more professional-looking one. The Chessnut Go is a really tiny board with magnets on it that's very good for traveling around and carrying in your backpack and all that kind of stuff. So, does buying the individual pieces work without the board? No. The pieces get all the information from the board, and then they act on the board. So when you turn the board on, the pieces turn on. Is this black to move? It's white to move. So black has a discovered attack if it was their turn, a discovered check. But it's white to move. Tough one. Queen c7. Queen c7. Push. Take. Where's the advantage here? Wait, Queen c7? It just takes. Why are we saying Queen c7? Yes, so all of the boards will work with chess.com and they'll all light up. All you got to do is simply move their piece when they make a move. So they make a move on chess.com, it lights up on your board, you move the piece and you continue on. When I play my longer time controls, I've got somebody on YouTube watching who I played 2 weeks ago. I use my Chessnut Pro because it feels like a tournament board, but I do have to move the pieces around. So bishop c7. Pawn takes. Oh, I'm not liking that. Why am I not liking that? So bishop c7, that's a check, capture, and then the rook comes down. I'm not liking that at all. Okay, so now we've upgraded to queen c4 check. And then king moves. And then the fork. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah. I'm getting the moves in the backwards order here. So I'm getting queen c7 first, and that doesn't make sense. And then, yeah. Okay, so that's good. We found the problem of bishop c7. And then we simply remove that problem with a check. Which board is my favorite? It's between, for me personally, it's between the Chessnut Pro and this board here. Now, this board here is really good for puzzles. And one thing I hate about puzzles is having to set everything up over and over. But the Chessnut Pro I really like for my long time controls because it feels like a tournament board. And welcome, Blair. And the Chessnut Pro, I've also got different pieces for it as well. So I've got like the FIDE World Championship set, so I can role play being one of those big time players on one of the big boards at a tournament. But no, it doesn't rotate. I've actually got underneath a little device to rotate it. So don't think you're getting the board and it rotates. You need to put something underneath it. If anyone was watching my streams a few weeks ago, I think Blair might have been watching it over on YouTube. I had to lift up the board and turn it around. It was really, really painful. So this position here, I think this motif might be known as the fox and the chicken. And that is where once a pawn, like let's say the king was here. The pawn gets away and the king can't chase it. So king here, stopping the pawn from promoting. I think that needs to be done. And then let's say the pawn promotes and the king captures. Pawn here, and then king back. And now they can't capture this pawn because once they do, this pawn starts running. I think that's it. How did I get sponsored? I mean, I've got an affiliate code with them, and I've done a lot of reviews on all different boards. So yeah, I mean, if that answers your question, make content. All right, so yeah, I think that's it. Just come across, and if the pawn goes, and if the pawn goes down, capture. And if the pawn captures here, I think you can still capture. And even if the king goes here, king comes down here, and that pawn's never getting past, and this pawn is promoting. Does that look good? And now, it's very important not to run this pawn up first, because the king will get here. Yeah, and then this pawn will give a crucial little check, which will actually get it ahead, but I think it should still be fine, but I think just clean is here. Or is it? Hold on. No, I think we still need to bring the the king down to b8. This is what I hate about endgames, because what feels logical is never logical. So what I'm looking at here is if we push, thank you for the follow, they come down, and then we push, but then that's a check. We go up, and they go here, and we go here. They get their queen, we get our queen. They move their king away, and that's just a draw. So it must be king to b8. Okay. And then, like I said, now we play the running game. And that king is never catching up. All right, next one's going to be white to move. Blair, over on YouTube, I don't think you're late. I think I'm just early. I had been meaning to stream earlier. By the way, guys, if you're watching on TikTok and you haven't yet followed, hit follow, because I will be streaming each week at this time. This time, today and tomorrow. Jimmy, thank you for the follow. All right. I think that's just a checkmate, isn't it? Jimmy, number 5 in the fan club, welcome. Renzar, thank you for the follow. I think this one's just a checkmate. Let me just have a look. No, I miscalculated. So what I was looking at here is check. All these squares are covered, so the king comes over here. And then check, and I was thinking it was checkmate, but it's not checkmate because the king can go down here. But maybe we want to stop the king from going down there. So check, comes across, and not go here, but rather, oops, check, comes across, king here, blocking these squares. These squares are occupied. The rook is covering these squares. So the king is trapped. And then they take the pawn, we take, and the rook, the bishop is still doing a great job. The pawn blocks. And then I don't know. King f3 after f4, I believe that's Jimmy, this is the Chessnut. Ezekiel over on YouTube. Are the boards still in stock? I believe the one with plastic pieces is. I'm not sure about the wooden pieces, but Chessnut did put a comment on, I think it was Facebook or Reddit, where they had an expected delivery date for people who have already ordered. But yeah, I think the plastic ones are still in stock. So yeah, this one here, I think it's f4 to begin with, and then I think it's king f3 after. But doesn't this look a bit dangerous? Push here, here. Threatening checkmate. So they have to take. Then the bishop takes. We've got a lot of lines going on here. Threatening checkmate again, so they have to push. And then the pawn takes. But then the rook comes down, hitting the pawn over here, and the king is just in time to stop this pawn here. So that looks good. It might allow a checkmate, but we've got to deal with it first. So So I wish that puzzle played a little bit. My code says more than code Chessnut. So I think code Chessnut gives you 10% off. My code will give you 12 to 17 to 20% off, depending on the board. I think the Evo gets slightly more than the other boards, but they have specials all the time. But if you use a creator code, such as mine, out of the way you. If you move a creator code such as mine, or any other creator, you'll usually get more of a saving than you will using the Chessnut code. Yes, I am. I don't know what the hamburger gambit is. Okay, so the Chessnut Air pieces, I haven't played with them much. They're okay. I like the Chessnut Air Plus much better, to answer that question. And the Evo comes with a tablet attached to the side of it. I can show you in a minute if you want. I can go and get it. It comes with a tablet attached to the side of it, and that tablet can actually read what's going on the screen and the board. So it's got a few little extra additions in there as well. Now we are black to move. Henry, yes, it is. Little wheels in there, little wheels jumping around. Is that just checkmate in one? No. Checkmate in two? No. It's confusing. Okay, this is a hard one. Somebody else says it's too easy. So thank you for the rose. So what I look at straight away here is check. King goes up here. And then check. But then king goes over here. And the king starts to get out. So that's what I looked at straight away. The next one I looked at was knight here, check. Let's say the pawn captures. Check. And then he gets out here. And even if we come across for check, then he takes here. On my new board data, what do you mean? Oh, sorry, that's a... Oh, congratulations, data. Yeah, congratulations on getting the new board. Sorry, Blair, I thought you said data. And I was like, what? Well, I'm glad you found the videos helpful. Which board did you get? Did you get the plastic or the wooden pieces? So everyone's saying queen e8. And then, oh, I see. Queen e8 comes across, comes back for check, goes here, only move, and then knight here. And that covers the exit square, so he has to take, and then take. That looks pretty good. This is one of those ones where I focus a little bit too much on a checkmate. So, I think it's just winning a piece. I don't think there's a checkmate in here. Oh, wooden pieces. Okay, so when did you order those? Because a lot of people ordered the wooden pieces in the last couple of months, and they sold out. So it's good to hear that people are getting them now. So that looks good. Yeah, it's not mate, but it really felt like it really felt like it was gonna be a mate. Just when you look at the board, the king's on our side. All right, so this one's white to move. I'll just take a few moments to solve it. Okay, I'm not getting it straight away. Just give me a moment. Okay. I feel like it's just has something to do with a pin. So rook here, check. Only good move is to move their king across. I don't want to lose their queen, and the bishop is pinned. Any other block would just lose a piece. So rook across, and then exploit this pin over here with 1, 2, 3 attackers. They can't do this because it's still pinned. And yeah, I think that's it. Rook e1 and knight e4. Rook e1, knight e4. Yeah, I think we all found the same move there. Chessnut Pro does not move itself, no. And somebody's asking how much is this board. I'll just put the website on there real quick. So you can go to this website here, and it's called the Chessnut Move, and you'll be able to see the prices as well as review videos that I've done on these ones. Let me just turn the website off the screen. And then the next move is knight to e4. I think is good. 3 attackers. It just feels good. And now if we capture with check, that should be good. That's a nice easy one. All right, black to move. So I've got it on a little bit of a delay. The pieces that you see at the speed they're moving at now is the speed that they're always going to be moving at. So if you've got like a complicated position that needs to set up, it will take a while. But if it's just one move, it's usually pretty quick. Oh, speaking of complicated position, hold on. All right, well, I see a discovered attack. But is that enough? So the discovered attack I see, we got the king here. I won't be looking at chat for a moment, guys, because I do want to solve this one. And if the pawn pushes any time, he's in check. He does have a block, though. And straight away I see bishop takes, queen takes. That doesn't really help my discovered attack unless I push the pawn up and he goes back to where he was. So I'm not really seeing it yet, but what I do see is attack. And if the bishop takes, discovered attack, take, take, take. Well, line's going everywhere. Take, 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 and then take. It's just a big mess. And the discovered attack straight away, I don't feel confident in that either, because he can simply block with the bishop, attacking my queen. Push. Take, 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 take. Take. Thank you for the follow. How quickly do the other boards put your move in? They can all put it instantly, like really, really quick. Just like clicking a mouse, it just sends the information straight to the server. There is no real delay in there. You can set a delay, which I have done on here. So if I put a piece down on a square, but I move it away really quickly, it won't lock in. But yeah, you can adjust the delay. You can either have it instant or it just... And sorry, over on YouTube, no, the Chessnut Pro does not move itself. Only the Chessnut Move will move itself. Okay. Yeah, so C3 actually removes the defender, or blocks the defense. What's the word I'm looking for here? Gets in the way. Now, if they go back, discovered attack, block, win a bishop for the cost of a pawn, lose a queen, they lose a queen, we lose a rook, they lose a rook, they take... Yeah, that's got to be it. That's got to be it. Now I'm just thinking, is it rook takes, bishop, queen takes, and then push? I don't think so. I think it's got to be pawn push first. Because we're down a pawn. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's got to be d4 first. All right, and then we take... I thought about that, rook takes bishop, but I feel like you're just giving up a rook for no reason, whereas in this line... we're trading off the queen and a rook for a queen and a rook, and then we're winning a bishop at the end of it. So, but the other thing now is I'm questioning, should I go here? And I don't think so. Takes, take, that can't be right. So here, take. So we've won a bishop. We've lost the queens. And if he takes, we take, then he takes, and then... we take, and that just looks much better. This one's white to move. Okay, I'm seeing a lot here. A lot to do with like back rank style checkmates and all that kind of stuff. So what I found was queen here check. Let's say he blocks with the bishop. At first I was looking at queen takes, but that can't be right because he can just take back with the king. Originally I was looking at queen there and then rook takes and then promote. But like I said, takes with the... So we've got here and then blocks and then take. That looks pretty good. And then finally here, if he goes up, we go down. And also if he goes across here, that's the only move, which is because the bishop is protecting. So the bishop is protecting there. Take, bishop takes, rook comes up. And then how does he stop this pawn from promoting? So I think that's still it. Yeah, so if he blocks with the bishop, he loses the rook. If he blocks with the rook, he loses the game. And if he moves the king, we still take the rook. And then the bishop takes, and then the queen. Wait, do we even need to take the rook? Check. No, we take the rook, and then the other rook comes up. I'm not sure, but I am liking. This is the chestnut move. I'll just pop it on there real quick for you. Why would I take the rook? Because I'm greedy. I can't help myself. So you're going to go with that move first. Now, the question was, why would I take the rook? And the reason I'm taking the rook is to get out of this nasty little fork over here. Now, if I just go up, if I just go up straight away, check here. So that's not a problem because I can just take. And if the rook comes across, I can just take. That's fine as well. So why don't we promote first? Do you mean like this? So if we go up here, that's fine. If we go here, check. Check. Take, take, take. There's another reason why it might be wrong. Up here, king comes back. And then take, take, promote, move, discovered. But there is no discovered because you get time to move. It's a move. It's a move. It's let's have a look. So up here, what if he goes back? We just promote. Then they've got 92. So okay, so move. He goes back. Take. That's no problem, because then we promote next turn. Yeah, so originally I was looking at rook d2, but I'm also exploring just, sorry, queen takes d3. I think there's two arguments to it, but I think taking the rook just makes it I think taking the rook just sort of takes any doubt out of it, but puzzles aren't like that. They want the best move. So queen d8, check, move, rook takes. It's still fine here. So I see a way out of checkmate for black if I go rook c8. But I don't know if I see a checkmate out of it. So here, I mean, I do see ways out of checkmate, but then it can simply promote. It's all good. Ezekiel, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the likes. Yeah, I think c8 has more promise to it. Diego. Road to mastery. Who else? I'm calling you all out. Who else said that? Who else? Orlando. All right. This one's black to move. We're at 2 strikes, guys. 2 strikes. All right, black to move. What is this puzzle? All right, give me a moment to figure this one out. Okay, this is a cool little puzzle. Pretty much the goal here is just to get checkmate. So, king can never be forced off that square. Pawn can never be forced off that square. Thank you for the roses, Ezekiel. Thank you for the GG. And the pawn covers this square, the king covers this square. So, if we can get the knight to this square here, it's checkmate. So it's just a case of finding the best way. Endgames aren't my strong point, but I'm looking at either knight goes here or knight goes here as the path to get in. We've got all these different paths, but we just got to find the right square to prevent the bishop from capturing. So if we go knight here, he goes here, and then what? Because you can't go back to well, you can't go to this square here, you can't go here, so you'd have to go here, and then here. We want to get here, so we've got to be landing on one of these squares. Right, this is a challenging one. Okay, I'm thinking move one, because the bishop can't get to any of the attacking squares. But then he goes here, and then. So let's assume he doesn't go here. So, what did I say? Move one. And if he goes here, move two, and then it's checkmate on the next move. Move one, and if he goes here, oh, he can't go there. So he goes here. Cover that square. Move one, aiming for this square here. Move two, move three, move four, move five. Look, I think a lot of people are saying their moves, and I think this is one of those ones where you will get checkmate eventually, but it's all about finding it in the quickest, cleanest way possible. Now, let's try to find squares that don't work. Here doesn't work because bishop here, and we can't get out. So we can cross that move off. Here, let's say bishop here. We can't go there or there, but we can go here, but that doesn't really help. We can go here. So I think that's okay. And then here. We can't go back here, so if he goes backwards, we can't go back. But then here. And then here. He goes up here. And then here. Okay. Okay. I forget what my first move was, but I think that might be it. Can I undo the arrows? So 1. 2. 3. 4. So, knight to d5. What happens after bishop here? Look, everyone's saying knight d5, but they're not giving me a reason. Okay. All right. Who said that? Who said that? You're a beast. Easy game. One second. One second, guys. I think my video just crashed. Let me just get that back up. All right, thank you for the follow, and sorry about that. Just felt like everything crashed at the same time, but we are back and we are white to move. Okay, that's an interesting tactic there. Guys, I'll be back in a moment. I'll leave this one up for you guys to solve. I think I've got it. I'll be back. Winner tower, yeah. Look, I feel like that's it, but not entirely sure. But what I got from this one was check, and if he takes, that's a check. But then the king can move up, so you can't win that rook yet. Check. What? Oh. It's a this is a tough one. That's a tough one. So knight f6 is what I looked at first. Knight f6 check, queen takes, check. But then what? Push. And the rooks are connected. So you're not taking the rook. Check, take. Push up here. Bishop blocks. So I'm not really seeing how knight f6. Yeah. Check again. So knight f6, queen takes, pawn check, king goes up. I'm still not seeing anything. No, king doesn't have to go back. So check. Queen takes, even though queen doesn't have to take. We're looking at queen takes. Check, king goes up. Check again, you can't check here because the bishop. And then bishop blocks. And you can't take because the rooks are connected. So here, take, check, here, check, block, attack, take, okay. Knight here. Takes. Check. Move. Check. Block. Take. Take. Knight takes. Queen takes. And we don't have this because they've got the bishop there. But I do think it's knight f6 is the first move, and I'm going to go with it. Now I'm looking at it a little bit differently. My computer just made a noise. Let me know in the chat if the video just popped out. All right, now I'm looking at it a little bit differently. Instead of here, which we'll follow up with this move here, I'm actually looking at this move here. And if he takes, check. And if he goes here, for example, now the knight comes in with check. So I'm thinking that might be a better option here, rather than here, which kind of seems a little bit uncertain. Take, doesn't look as good. Take, pretty much has to take. I'm going to go with that. And the crowd goes mild. All right. Yeah, I'm thinking queen takes c5 looks good. I mean, the king's in the center of the board. I guess that's the whole pattern of this puzzle. If he goes back, if he goes back first, we take the bishop. And is our advantage good enough? 3 pawns versus 1, 3 pawns versus 3. They've got a knight, and they've got this pawn in the center, which is going to fall. Yeah, I think it has to be. Because simply taking, doing this idea, Doesn't work because the bishop is down here and we're actually down a piece. So I'm going to go here. All right, it's white to move. I'm really trying to look at a Legal's mate sort of idea here, but like knight here, bishop takes, check comes up, and then sort of check, something like that. But he's got this square here. And the knight's busy protecting, so it can't go over here. Oh, wait. Maybe there is something here. Discovered attack, because the difference is I've got the rook here. Bishop takes, and now I've got a discovered attack. Let's see if I can find the move. So if I go here, he can't go here or here, but he can block. Lose the queen, gain a knight, check, blocks, attack. So I gain a queen, or I even out the queen, and then I take the bishop. Is that right? That looks... Yes, and if I take the knight and he captures back, that's a pin. So I can still take here. I think that's right. All right. All right, this one's black to move. Okay, so the first idea I'm looking at here is simply a queen over here threatening checkmate. If a pawn pushes up, then the knight can go here and it is checkmate. And if the bishop captures or the queen captures, we can go up here and it's checkmate. So is there any other way that he can get out of it? Oh, I think that's good. So queen g5, pawn pushes, we've got knight h3 checkmate. And if bishop takes knight or queen takes knight, then we've got queen takes g2. And the only other thing that we need to worry about is pawn takes d6. But even then, I think that still avoids checkmate. So queen here. Yeah, that doesn't even matter. It's just straight away checkmate. Okay. All right, that was very easy for level 52. Where do I get this chessboard? I'll put up a website for you. You can have a look. This website, I've done a bunch of reviews of all different chessboards, so you can check them out on that site. This one's called the Chessnut Move. So if you go to wiki.com/chessnut, have a look at the move. It comes in wooden pieces, which are the ones I've got here. It also comes in plastic pieces. And if you have a look at the bottom of that website for the move, it's got the prices on that website. I think it's around 700 if you use my code for the wooden pieces, and something around 540, 550 for the plastic pieces. And yes, I got the discount code on there, but I've also got reviews at the bottom of each page, so you can check out all the boards. All right, and this one is black to move. I'm going to sneeze. Am I your twin? Probably. This is an interesting puzzle. 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. If you heard that, just had to go blow my nose. So straight away, I'm looking at bishop d2 as the first move. And what I'm getting from bishop d2, the knight covers that square, protects that square. So he's only got 2 squares he can go to. So if he goes up, check, and then he goes over here. And it's a little bit messy, a little bit unclear. Check, and then he comes out here. So I'm going to leave that one for now. I'm going to try and explore other options. I don't know if there are any other options. Bishop d2, knight takes d2. Okay, so maybe that's not an option. Okay, so now I'm having a look at the pawns capturing on f4. Particularly g takes f4. So g takes f4. And now... Okay, so g takes f4. King down, pawn up, protected, protected. I think that's checkmate. So bishop takes, sorry, pawn takes, pawn up, that's protected, that's protected, those are stopped, that looks good to me. So bishop up here, pawn there, bishop up, and now bishop here. You can't go there, 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 and you can't go there, and you can't go there. I think that's it. Yeah, I can play with viewers. Right now we're just doing the puzzles. Maybe a bit later I might do some games. I'm not seeing the difference between G and E. So let's have a look again. So G takes, check. If king goes up, mate. Looks like mate to me. If king goes down, check, mate. Pawn is covering there. Rook's covering those. Pawn's covering that. Yeah, now if we go here, check. And he goes down. Still looks like mate. Wait, I'm mixing something up with my calculation here for sure. Both pawns taking look exactly the same to me. What am I missing? Why can't I play the G pawn? What's wrong with the G pawn? Look, it opens a square for the queen, but it's a forced checkmate. So, oh, I got you. That makes sense. There we go. There was a reason between the two. They did look exactly the same. Queen covers this square here. So, queen takes, king down, pawn up, queen takes. Pawn takes, and the check is blocked. Well done. Well done. And then that was just checkmate. Okay. Yeah, I was completely blind to the fact that like I knew one of them had to be wrong. It's just a case of like finding a reason. All right, black to move. Thank you for the heart. Thank you, Caleb. Yes, it is. It's really nice. It's really good for puzzles. So I'm looking at ideas here. So obviously white's got a checkmate in one. That's one thing to be concerned about. But I'm looking at this, and if knight goes here, check. But then he just comes back. But block, check. So there's definitely ideas. So what I'm liking is check, and if they block, check, and if they take, check, forking the king and the knight and winning a piece. That's what I'm looking at here. So yeah, queen c2 check is the it's something that I'm looking at. What did everyone else say? Yeah, I think queen c2 is an interesting one. But he doesn't have to block. If he blocks with the queen, then the rook comes up and takes. So that's good. But he doesn't have to block. So he can't go here, which means he could go to any of those squares. Now, if he goes here, then the queen comes across, and that should be winning. So that one's out. If he goes here, again, the queen comes across. So that one's out. If he goes here, we'll go here first. If he goes here, queen comes across. I mean, there's got to be something good there. Or even here, or queen comes back. So if queen goes up here, that's the only move. where I'm not quite sure what there is to do, and then you just simply take there. Okay, so that's what I'm going to go with, queen c2, and I think everything is winning from there. And then the next move I said was rook to h2. Ah, damn. Damn, I thought that was it. I thought rook to h2. Rook to h2, queen takes, then he moves and then win the piece. I thought that was winning. So yeah, this is what I thought was good, and it's not letting me play it. Take the rook first. But why couldn't he go? Why couldn't he go here? Chessnut, thank you. Yeah, so that's a shame. I think the other two, like, pretty much realized what we did wrong in those ones. But that one there was just a tricky one. Well, it was going to be up a piece anyway. Can we see this okay on the screen? Oh. So. Check. Block. This is my understanding. What's the move? Oh, I can't see. But yeah, that was a bit of a shame. Should we do another one? Quickly speed it up to get to level 20 or so. Wait, is this here first? Or here first? No, it can't be there first. It's got to be here. All right, we're move 20 or level 20. So let's get the board back up. All right, for the first 10 or so, I reckon we just shout out like the first move that comes to mind. Should be pretty simple compared to those difficult ones we just did. Oh, it's black to move. Rook takes h3. White to move. Black to move. It's just a couple of moves to checkmate. Okay, I think this one's knight to b3. I'm not sure. We'll go with it. Thank you for the likes. This one's going to be white to move. This is the Chessnut move. I'll pop a website on the screen for you so you can see it. And this is my website where I've done reviews on all of the different boards. So if you want to check that out, it's wiki.com/chessnut. And if you click on the move, it's got a review and a couple of tutorial videos as well that you can check out on my channel. What do we got here? G2. The thing about G2, and then I go here. So it's actually rook here, and if they block, they can, or they have to, take, and then the king takes, and then you push your king up, and you cover those key squares. And then so as soon as the king gets up here, the white king has no access to these squares, and the game is over. So this one here, a little bit complicated, but then you realize that we want to put the queen there. The rook is guarding it, so if we put the rook up here and he blocks, we can take. It should be fine. The Gotham coded sack the rook. All right. This one here just looks like a fork. It doesn't look like a winning combination. So rook takes rook, king takes rook, and then knight to e3 forks the bishop, and should be a winning endgame. This is the Chessnut move. pop a little website up there real quick. You can go to that website. I've done reviews on this board and a bunch of other boards. So that's wiggy.com/chestnut. And you can check out all the boards there. But this one is the Chessnut moving pieces. And this is the one with wooden pieces. How much? So the one with wooden pieces is about 700 US if you use my code. And the one with plastic pieces will save you a bit of money. It's about 540, I believe, if you use code WIGGY. This is white to move. Now, if you are hanging around, not really chatting, that's cool. Just want to let you know, tomorrow I'll be streaming again. Maybe puzzles, maybe gameplay. I'm not sure yet, but make sure you hit follow so you know when I'm live tomorrow. I will be streaming at the same time each week on today and tomorrow. So whatever that is for you, if it's Friday or Saturday. So yeah, make sure you hit follow. So this one here is known as Legal's Mate. Basically, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow again. This one's known as Legal's Mate. So basically what happened here was the knight was here, the bishop came through and took the queen. Now the problem for black is they can't get out here. So when we take here, they got to move forward. Knight's covering this square, bishop's covering this square, knight's covering here, bishop's covering here, and the knight comes up here. And that's going to be a nice little checkmate in the center of the board. 700 US. I don't know what that equals in euro. I don't know if a euro is equal to the US dollar. So, but yeah, for moving chessboard, yeah, they're going to cost a little bit more. There are other boards on there, but they're not moving pieces. Oh, this one's black to move. So we've got our discovered attack. We go here. They can't move here or here. They have to block, and then the queen comes in and takes. Yeah, Legal's Mate. You know, I've never used it in a game, and I only learnt it like in the last year or so. But it's definitely an interesting one to know. Okay, white to move. Namaste and chill. Welcome back on Twitch. Just letting you know, on YouTube, ad-free viewing experience. Twitch, kind of tough. Kind of tough to watch when an ad keeps popping up every 10 seconds. Okay. This one here is not as straightforward, but I'm looking at queen c8 check. Queen blocks with d8, and then bishop to c5 check. And then if bishop blocks, then we can take the queen. So let me just draw what I saw up here. Check. We've got this bishop over here eyeing that, that's fine. So the queen's not going to go here because the bishop's eyeing it, so she goes here. And then check. And now if the bishop blocks, we can take the queen because the bishop is pinned. And if the knight blocks, then we can just take the queen for checkmate. So that looks good. Yeah, you're paying for the tech. That's all I can say there. There are different boards, and yeah, like you want a wooden tournament chessboard. They have those too, but you're also paying for do you want to connect it to chess.com and stuff like that? And if you don't, if you just want a chessboard to play, people, then that's fine too. You wouldn't be spending $700 on a electronic chessboard if all you want to do is play somebody over the board. That wouldn't make sense. But if you're using it for a certain purpose, you might be able to justify the price. Can I control the pieces with my mouse? Yes, I can. So on the next one, I'll just do that with the mouse. That's black to move. So straight away, my eyes are drawn to this move here. The pawn is blocking there. The bishop will be going there. So we'll go there, and then we'll go there. And then I guess he just goes here. And we can go here. I mean, that just looks like the correct move. So if I go here first, so I can move the bishop with my piece and it will move on the board. Yeah, that looks good. Anon, so this board that I'm using is 700 and the one with plastic pieces is 540-ish. I'll put the website on so you can check it out. This website has video reviews on all the different boards, so you can have a look around at the different boards to see if you like any of them. wiki.com/chessnut. Next move here. And it does move the pieces for you when you move on the mouse. Yeah, Paul, check out the website, and you can check out my channel. I've done reviews on this board and all other different boards. So obviously, if you find this one cool, then the move is the one that you want to check out. Chestnut move. All right, white to move. That's a cool little checkmating pattern. Is there anything wrong? Doesn't look it. And white to move again. But yeah, somebody said you can buy a nice tournament wooden board for 100. I'd like to know where. I think that chess boards are pretty expensive these days. I know that wooden pieces I've looked at. I know that wooden pieces that I've looked at have been around the $250 to $500 price mark, Australian dollars. So maybe $200 to $400 US, just for the pieces without the board. So if you're finding a nice wooden board for $100, then you should grab it. Yeah, it gives off that Harry Potter vibe. I do have Harry Potter chess pieces, and I might one day try to connect them to the base and see if I can get a little wizard chess going on. But I don't really want to tear apart my board right now to try and put plastic pieces on there. This one's just a simple little checkmate. And it's black to move on the next one. Yeah, but I actually, the bases come off. Yes, I do. So I haven't taken the bases off, but they got little screws underneath them so that you can actually remove them and put on new bases if one ever gets damaged. So you do get a couple of extra ones with your board. And the wheels on the bottom, like I haven't had any damage yet, but I'm very responsible with my board. And I think, if you get rough with it, you might need to replace a base, but just treat the board with respect and you should be good. I actually took one of these boards to New York, and there was a little tournament there. And when I say little, I mean like 1,500 kids. And they were having a look at the board, and the kids were slamming the pieces around playing blitz, and it's not really the board for that. So you do get replacement bases, but if you're careful with it, you should be fine. Over on Twitch, do I ever play Bullet? No. Do I ever play bullet on this board? Definitely not. But do I ever play bullet in general? Not really, no. Only if I'm very bored. I don't like playing terrible chess. And that's all bullet is to me. I just play terrible moves, or my opponent plays terrible moves, and it just doesn't really feel, it doesn't really feel like a good idea. This one is black to move, okay. Endgame puzzles. Endgame puzzles have been the biggest challenge for me. Now, rook f3 check looks good. But I don't know where to follow up, so... Oh, actually, rook f3. If he goes here, we can't go over here anymore. But we can then go here. Takes, takes, push, 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 push. Check. That's no good. I mean, rook f3, it still should be the move, right? Ah, okay. I see how that works now. Yeah, that was just a case of just got to keep in line with the pawn. Guys, if you're enjoying this stream, don't forget to hit follow. I will be live 2 days a week, but I am going to add a third day in eventually. And let me know, are you enjoying the puzzles or would you prefer to watch some gameplay? Plane just flew over. I think this is the first one I'm actually a bit stuck on. Queen d5 check. King h8. What does it achieve? I don't know why, but I feel like it's got to be queen d5. Okay. But I don't know why. I don't know what that achieved. So I've got 2 rooks. So if I take their rook, they've got a rook and 2 bishops, and I've got 2 rooks. I'm looking at c4 now. c4. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm getting tired. That definitely something I didn't notice. Oh, I'm in check. Oh, wow. So let me just go back here. Oh, I need to wake up. It's black to move. All right, we've got a discovered attack. But we don't need it. Oh, do we? Yes, we do. We do need the double attack. It's a shame it doesn't show that one the whole way. All right. So many checks to look at. I think queen h5 check. Is not it. Might be it, but I don't think it is. It is. It has to be, yeah. Okay, I think this one's just rule of the square. Just got to keep the king out of this square. Should be it. be back. All right. This one's like I'm seeing ideas. Take, and then there. But I'm not seeing how that's winning. Oh, yes, I am. No, I'm not. But yes, I am. Okay. These knights are too active. And then we threaten a fork. And then we can threaten another fork. Oh, that was a good one. Okay, this one's just going to do this one real quick. Oh. Well, it's a tough puzzle, but is it? This one looks like a checkmate in one. Oh, it's not because I'm in check. Oops. No, it's not 3,000. It's 700. This one with the wooden pieces. But if it's plastic pieces, only about 540. So, yeah, not quite 3,000. This board is the Chessnut Move. I'll put a website up for you. You can check it out. I've done review videos on all of these boards. So if you go to that website, yeah, it's not too bad. 700, it's not too bad. If you go to that website, I've done reviews on all of these boards on my channel. And there's also a discount code that is what will get you to 700. So that's wiki.com/chessnut. Now, I'm already up to level 44. This one here, if it goes down a block, it moves, and then what? I am struggling on this one. here, 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 and if he takes, I go here, and he's got no good checks because his pawn is blocking. Here, 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 check, here. He still has no good checks. So I think that's a move. Wait. He does have a check. He's got here. But the difference is I could block with the pawn, and then he's got here. I don't know. I'm not good at these ones where the king's in check and there's no clear answer. Is it something completely illogical? Because we've got checkmate next move. So the problem with the rook defending, is then we lose our checkmate, and then what? We're just down a piece. So what if here, 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 check, here, and then here, and the king is hiding? Still doesn't work. I don't think that works, because then they've got queen here check, king has to go here, and then queen here, and it's just a mess. So I think king g6. Yep. Oh, that's a shame. Ah, that's a shame. What went wrong there? All right, so it is black to move. We're all set up correct. Okay, I think this one gets back in time. Block with the pawn. Block with the pawn. Yeah. Yeah, I think I should have. All right, so this one here, block. It's a double. It's a fork. Take. If pawn moves, pawn comes up, king goes across, king comes back, king comes across, take, king comes across, and the king is just in time. Just in time. Now I calculated with the pawn pushing. Am I meant to push the pawn now? So push there, here, here, take, here, back. Seems good. And if I just go here straight away, and then it goes here, and then I go back, what's the difference? That's one thing. I don't understand these end games, like, what is the difference? Now if I go here, and he goes here, and I take, and he goes here, and I go back. Problem is, two of these moves are going to be wrong. Or one of these moves. Oh, okay. So if I go here, he gets a jump on the king. And if I go here, then he goes here, and then I go here, and then he goes here. So I think it needs to be the king. Had a bit of a moment there, but we got there. Guys, if you haven't yet done so, feel free to give it a follow. I will be streaming several times a week around this time. Thank you, Blair. Have you been here the whole time? All right, let's have a look. So this is black to move. Missing a queen. Where's our queen? Okay, so we can win the queen back. Can we? Yes, we can. So we can win the queen back. Oh, welcome back, welcome back. We can win the queen back. Check, captures, and then we attack. And we've actually up in material there. So knight, bishop, knight, and 2 rooks. Verse. And 1 rook. That seems good. Best is 52. No, 52 is good, man. What was I at? 55 was my best for a good couple of years. Finally broke it the other day, but before 55, I think I was sitting around the 30s. It was yeah, just a case of I never really gave it a good attempt. And then when I decided I wanted to give it a good attempt, I gave it a good attempt. But it took a couple of times. All right, this one is white to move. Okay, not too hard this one. Takes, goes there, and then rook up, and then promotes, and then skewer. Yep, so this one's not too hard. The Manadu, welcome, hello. Welcome back. And then we go up. And then they promote. Yeah, no, sometimes they're really easy. And then they throw in one that's incredibly difficult that just throws you off completely. And yeah. And then we've got the skewer. And then we take the queen. So yeah, sometimes you're doing really well. And then one that's really tricky just pops in and it completely throws you off your game. And yeah, it can be tough. Because once you get one wrong, 65, well done. 65, that's good. I'm yet to get there. I think 60 is my personal best. But yeah, once you get one wrong, then you find that you're getting 2 or 3 wrong right away after it. Okay, this one looks like a skewer. Looked like a skewer. Miscalculation. See, I was looking at somehow getting the king out of here, and then the queen comes up and checks, and the king goes over here, and then the queen comes back, and the king goes here, and then it's a skewer. But after queen here, the king can't go diagonally; he has to go up. So that's annoying. Yeah, I'm 1700 rapid. I'm only just now getting back into doing puzzles every day. And Puzzle Rush I just really enjoy because you got that target to hit. I've never liked doing puzzles on Lead Chess for whatever reason. And I don't like their Puzzle Storm mode either. So I like how Puzzle Rush is. I don't want to rush it. So yeah, so I won't do Puzzle Storm. Okay. All right. Check, moves up, and then check. And the only way to get out of it is to go there. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's a very satisfying one when you find it. Kyo, thank you for the follow. Wait. No, that's not stalemate. He's got a pawn move. That was a good one. That was a good one. Free is always good. Always good. What are we, white to move? I'm looking at a really tricky way to win a rook here, but it doesn't quite work. And then I realized there's a simple way to win a rook. And that does work. So I was looking at something like bishop here, king up, and then something weird. Then I realized it's just simply rook up, king up, take. So it's not quite simple. So you take the bishop first, and then you go up. Maybe the idea was to maybe the idea was to, I don't know. I'm so tired. Look, I think puzzles are the best way to improve. Regardless of what level, as long as you're doing the right puzzles. If you're doing puzzles that are too easy for you, then you're not going to improve. But if you're doing puzzles that are challenging you and you actually have to think about them, if you can think about them, Max, hello, welcome. If you're thinking about them and you're taking your time to solve them and you get them right, eventually, then you'll improve. But if you're just doing puzzles because they're easy, it's not going to be good. But if they're too hard, that's also a problem, because you're never going to get there if they're too difficult. You're just going to be staring at a puzzle that you simply don't understand. I think my best improvement came from when I was studying, and I actually studied from books like this one. Now, this one's too difficult for an 800. It's too difficult for a 1800, but it's it gives you examples to work through and solve, and then it gives you a test after it, which is really good. I wouldn't recommend that book to anyone ever because it is so hard, but no worries, Max, no worries. Perfect. What's your rating at, Max? Yeah, if you do puzzles that are too hard, forget about it. And if you do puzzles that you don't understand, forget about it. But if you do puzzles that are challenging, but you have an idea of the concept, that's where you're going to see some improvement. I think low elo players should stay away from opening theory, and I believe that they should play as many different openings as they possibly can. Oh, I'm looking at the board from the wrong position. It's actually black to move, and I'm looking from white's perspective. This might make it a little bit easier. So I actually went to an event that had Vishy Anand, and there was a lot of Q&As, and one of the questions was, how should younger players improve? And he said, play 6 games a day, rapid, but play different openings every game. And different openings, you don't know the theory to it, but you're just going to play it and you're going to learn new positions. And that is going to help you improve. Yeah, flipping the board around now and looking from black's point of view actually makes a lot more sense. The rook in the middle is undefended. Queen to e5. If rook takes a8, queen takes e4 check, d4 check, and then takes the rook after. That looks pretty good. And if they try to move it, no, that's got to be it. That's got to be it. Knowing how to play openings is helpful, 100%, and you will gain a lot of ratings if you know an opening and your opponents don't. The only problem is if you fall for the trap of staying in the same opening. And that's where I think a lot of people make the mistake. They learn one opening and they treat it like it's the only opening. Now, that's good if you're old and you don't have as much time. But if you're a younger player and you've got plenty of time, and you're just going to learn so much from it. Sorry, I have to keep... Thank you, the shirt. It's a good one. It's great. It's a case of you learn by not learning, which is really interesting. See, I wish I started at 5, but I started around 10. Hello, Max, over on YouTube. Yeah, I wish I started learning at 5. But really, I didn't actually learn how to play the game well until about a few years later. Many, many years later. Yeah, I'm looking at Queen F2, Queen H4. But I'm worried if there's something around Knight F7. Oh, but then we got that interesting fork. Maybe that's it. So check. Goes across, check, comes down, moves here, because it doesn't want to go here because of the check, so moves here. Who taught me how to be so good? No one. Mostly books, a little bit of advice from people here and there though. I did work with a coach from 16 to 1800, but from 1800 onwards, it was just learning from books. Unfortunately, getting a coach is a little bit out of my price range because I do charge a significant amount. Makima, if you want to play it over the board and you want to do training matches, I would be more than happy. Happy to do them unrated as well because my rating is a bit lower. But if you want to play serious games with a longer time control, feel free to add me. CJ, thank you for the follow. I'm not seeing this one. It's not standing out to me. Check here, here, check here, not here because here, and then if that was the case here, and then it's just so much going on. Chunkle. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to take it because it seems logical. Yeah, no, that's pretty late. What are you, from the UK or something like that? I think they're pretty much on the opposite time to when I stream. Yeah, I was looking at the H4. Let's go with H4. Okay. And then is there anything better than forking? I mean, it's got to be forking, right? All right, we're back at 50 again. I think that's where we got earlier too. Yeah, well, that's all right. Like, I definitely don't mean today. I am fried and I've got some work to do this afternoon. So, but definitely in the future, I am around 1700 FIDE. So that's an open invitation to anyone who wants to have a long time control game as a training game, who plays over the board. Let me know. Yeah, you can send me a challenge in a daily. That's fine. My daily rating is terrible. I had like 50 games going. Yep, my username is the one in the video. That's also my YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. Yeah, it's all of them. Okay, is this a Zugzwang? So what I'm getting is take, take, back, maybe it's forward, and then here, 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 and then push, and now he's in zugzwang, and then if I go there, push again, and then the king has to move, and then it takes. That's what I'm looking at. Thank you, Max. Yeah, no, I dailies I'm finding kind of interesting because I do check out different openings and sort of test them out. Now the problem with dailies is anyone can. Yeah, I think I've said it a few times. I think with dailies, anyone can use an opening book, so you're not getting that real experience. You're just getting perfect opening theory for the first 10 or 20 moves, and it's like, okay. So I think the first move has to be G takes F. And now, as I said, the routine I'm looking for is here, here, up, protect, push. Yeah, King E7. It's definitely easier to cheat in a daily game. And that's another thing that's really spoiled online chess for me. Until they fix the cheating problem, and there are ways they can do it, they're just not doing it. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but cheating is a big part of the game. Push pawn, then king e5. So pushing the pawn and then king e5. The problem I see there, push pawn, king e5, king defends, pawn goes down, king takes, and then king takes, and I think their king is better in this position. So I wouldn't want to do that. No, I'm really, really set on this idea of king here. And then push. And if they go here, take, and then the pawn starts running. That looks really good to me. And for a really low elo dude, is there a way to spot a cheater? No. The only thing that I see for low elos is when somebody's playing and they're having an incredible win streak, when they were really low rated, and then they were consistently low rated for a long time, and then they have a really big win streak. That's a cheater, usually. Unless they took a huge gap and they studied and they played elsewhere, that's a really good sign that somebody has been doing something a bit dodgy. But I think another good way to spot them is when you're playing somebody weaker than you and they suddenly play an incredibly strong move that you have no idea how they got there, and they play it so quick. But then you look at the move and you say, you have to figure it out yourself. And then when you figure it out, it's like, wow. But then they play the next move, which is the obvious move. They play it really slowly. Do many have Smurf accounts? Maybe. Mustafa, welcome. How are you? Yeah, you're only allowed to have one account on chess.com unless you get permission. I've got permission to have two, but you're only allowed to have one. I'm going to go with king e7. It's kind of a move that I'd feel really proud if I got right. Let's go. And then, if we push here and they push, now we're in zugzwang. If we go here and they take, we're in zugzwang. If we go here, the king can't move, they have to push. And then if we take, we're in zugzwang. But if we go here and they push either pawn, and then we push, Now they're in zigzag. So that move to me, 10 games in a row is not anything to be concerned about. I think really, really, really high accuracy. No, Max, I won't be doing that. I think really, really, really high accuracy and incredible amounts of win streaks is where it kind of points it out. Oh, this puzzle just keeps going. That felt good. That felt good to find that one. No, I don't think having a second account is allowed, even to do puzzles. Yeah, and getting a 97.2% accuracy is also nothing to be concerned about. If your opponent is making terrible moves the entire game and your moves are very obvious, then getting a high accuracy is not an indication that there was foul play in any way. That just means that you outplayed your opponent, they played terrible moves, and you played good moves. Speaking of good moves, is this puzzle not just pretty obvious? Queen takes knight. Queen takes d5 is what I'm looking at. Let me just draw an arrow up there. Why do I have two accounts? So I've got this account, which is the one I use, but I also got Wiggy underscore YouTube or Wiggy YouTube or Wiggy YT. I don't remember what it was. And the idea was to keep my YouTube stuff separate away from my regular playing. And then I went, I can't be bothered. And I just stuck to my regular account. So I've got two, but I only use one. This looks like a really easy puzzle. I mean, not too easy. There's definitely challenges. But queen takes knight. And if he goes here, that looks like checkmate. So queen takes knight. If he goes here, that's checkmate. And queen takes knight, the only other move he has is to block. So I can't see why queen takes knight isn't the first move. The only other move that is there that could be a move is bishop here, but then the knight comes back and takes. So I'm going to go queen takes knight. And now knight b6 looks good. And I have to wonder if knight b6, I don't know what he could play there, except for a check by the queen. I guess it's got to be king to g2. Yeah, it has to be king to g2. Here, check. So we don't get out of check. Here, check, take, and then the queen is under attack. That just looks good. That just looks good. Guys, if you haven't already done so, make sure you hit follow. I will be streaming several times a week. And if you like the board that I'm using, you can head over to my website, wiggy.com/chessnut. I've done reviews on all of the boards on screen now. So you can check those out and see if any of those are interested for you. The one I'm using today is the Chessnut Move. I'm using the one with wooden pieces. This one's white to move. And this just looks like a some sort of typical mating pattern. With knight e6 check. But I'm not seeing it fully yet. Yeah, the Chessnut Air's a good one. It's not too popular these days now that they've got the Air Plus and they've got all these different boards that go and Evo and all that. But yeah, like the Air Plus, it's the only one that I don't actually own. But I have used it a couple of times. Yeah, this one is definitely the most popular one. What time is it for me? It's 4 p.m. I am in Sydney, Australia. This board, Bob, if you head over to the website, you can see the prices of all of them. This one with the wooden pieces is about 700 if you use my discount code. And if you want it with plastic pieces, it will save you about 150. I think it's about 540. But I'm not entirely sure on the prices of the plastic one. If it's 2 minutes to midnight, so you're somewhere in the States, are you? Maybe on the west, on the east coast. All right. Well, I see. Maybe a draw. Check goes up. Check has to go back. But we didn't come to draw. So it's definitely I feel like this is probably a puzzle that a lot of people have already solved, but It's one of those ones that's kind of got me stumped a little bit. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, knight d5. It's interesting. I don't know if you want to give black an opportunity to do some checks. That's my issue here. So I'm looking at knight here, goes here, only move, check, oh, what's this? I don't know. I'm just drawing lines. There's definitely a draw. But I feel like this is going to be a puzzle where there's more than just a draw. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've got into a puzzle and it's been like, yeah, perpetual was the correct answer. I feel like with an open king like this, I mean, if I was in a tournament game right now and I had half an hour left on my clock, I would use every minute to get to the move. Otherwise, I would just simply take a draw. And Makima, well, they won't ban you if you ask, but you also have to have a reason. And if your reason to have a second account is to get a couple of free puzzles, I can't really see them approving that, because they'll be like, well, how do we make money out of you if you don't pay for puzzles? So yeah, I think that would be unlikely. Yeah, I think yes, they would ban your accounts if you had to. Um, no, if you've got an account from years ago, have a look at it. You'll probably find that they've closed it. I think they went through and did a sweep of all the accounts and closed it. Bob, my rapid rating is only 1760. Need to play some more games to see what it's really at. The problem is, like, I keep losing. So until I stop losing, yeah. This is not a perpetual. There's no way. This has got to be a... Bob, thank you for the follow. I really feel like it's got to be knight e6. Queen g8 is another one. Queen g8 definitely has flexibility for a perpetual. It's too tough. I think I'm going to go with Queen G8. Damn, what a shame. I was going with Queen G8 with the... Oops. And at least you've got a perpetual in this situation, but looking at stuff like that... I don't know. That's a... disappointing. So my other idea was check. And then I was looking at... I wasn't looking at that. I didn't even notice this. Didn't even notice it. It's not here, is it? It is. Wow. Yep. My calculation was just all over the shop there. So didn't even notice this move. I didn't even notice this one either. Like I just stared at it for ages. So that's a shame. So first move. Why is it not letting me move? Check. And then take the pawn. It's not easy to see. It's not easy to see. But it is good. What were the other two we got wrong? This one here where I went rook takes. So it's probably straight away here. And now... take. So I just did the wrong move order. I did the wrong move order on that one. And the last one, yeah. This was the one where I should have blocked with the pawn. Yeah, when I did this calculation, for some reason I thought the queen was over here and could come in here. Oh, if you misclick one in the beginning, just start a new one. Yeah, don't want to be putting up with the puzzles if you've got one wrong in the early days. I try to do my first 20 as quick as I can, and then from there, then it's a serious run. But if I make a mistake in the first 20, I'll just start over. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely the way to do it. You don't want to be doing a run and then find yourself at, like you said, mid 60s and you're about to make a new record, but you got one simple one wrong from a misclick in the beginning. That's not fun. All right, everyone. I might call it a day. I will be back this time tomorrow, obviously a little bit earlier. So if you all want to hit follow, we can resume tomorrow. I haven't decided yet if tomorrow I'm going to be doing puzzles or if I'm going to be doing gameplay. So if anyone has any opinion on that, feel free to drop it in the chat now. Because if I'm doing gameplay, I just have to reset my stream just a little bit so it looks a little bit nicer. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and yeah, feel free, if you haven't already done so, to hit follow. And I will see you all next time. Oh, and don't forget to follow on YouTube. I do tutorials over there on how to get better at the game, but also product reviews and tutorials. And if you want to check out my website, I've got links to all the YouTube videos on there as well. Well, all the popular ones. So you can go to that website. You can get through to my YouTube channel from there. The YouTube is at Wiggy, WHIGGI. And yeah, so tomorrow I think we'll at least do half a stream of games and then maybe half a stream of puzzles because I'm really enjoying the puzzles. But yeah, looking at gameplay tomorrow. So I will see you all then. And yeah, if you haven't already done so, hit follow and I'll see you next time.